Hello, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Yes, it is Wednesday. Oh my God, what? I have so many Discord notifications. Oh, it's because we went live and I tweeted. Every day I do that. Every single day. I have a new friend notification on Steam too. Let's see who it is. I don't know who this is. Oh, you know what? I actually think I might know who this is. Might be one of my viewers. I will decline then. Hey, Floopy Dragons, how you doing? How is everybody today? Hopefully well fed and well bathed. Unless you like that natural smell. Here's the thing, I cannot stand the way that I smell and feel after 24 hours of being unbathed. I cannot stand it. I get so oily. I get, and usually it's like certain areas of me are starting to smell, right? It's like I can't do that. I don't know how some people can go even one day without showering or bathing. It's like I'm a guy too, so it's like I have stubble and it's all. No. I gotta shave. You guys want to make a GDD? Let's make a GDD. Let's do that. What did we say we're gonna do today? Were we gonna do GDD stuff first and then finish our alchemy prototype, or was it the other way around? I can't remember. Let's just get like our organization, our first. I don't know. Let's just. I'm just doing this. We're diving in. We're going deep. Look, I got it working. Let's get 90. Okay, I did get 99 mining. Look, and this is what I'm doing now. I'm getting. I'm just wood cutting. So we got 99 mining. And now it's wood cutting. I didn't know there were 4 yew trees right next to the Remington house portal. Like, that's so good. Yeah, I'll just AFK here and we'll banknote the logs and see how far we get. I think XP per hour is gonna definitely be lower than mining, but I'm not gonna complain about anything over 500,000 XP an hour in RuneScape. Compared to the main game, everything is just so damn fast. I mean, my woodcutting's only 78 too, so as it goes up, it'll be faster. $2,800 XP a log, it's crazy. Unfortunately, I don't. It's gonna look kind of. It's gonna look kind of boring. This GDD. There's no art or anything, but for now. File save as this PC. Desktop Cauldron Chronicles. Let's go and make a documents folder. Do you think we should keep the green coloring for the headings? Or do you guys want to change the colors? Do you think there's something that better fits Cauldron Chronicles' aesthetic? mean, green kind of works, right? Because it's like nature-y. I don't know. We can change it later. So let's see. Where's my? Let me open that for a second. I needed the. Or to do. Wait, our. GDD organization. It was over here. Okay, I got it. Got it. We need to take pretty much everything here and organize it into an actual GDD layout. Oh my god, it's been so long since I've done this. Okay. We're just gonna get the organization. We're gonna throw in some bare bones info about the gameplay loop and pillars for now. And then I'm gonna jump into Unreal and we're gonna finish off the alchemy prototype. And then probably, it won't take too long, I don't think. We'll start to plan what we need to actually make it into something playable. Hey, Datu. Because then once, you know, I'm thinking of if we can add like, I mentioned this yesterday, but I'll reiterate. If we can add like 50 or so ingredients, and you know, we don't care about the balance too much of it, but then add in a way to just randomly generate some potions that can be made, and make it so the player can make them, and it just satisfies that goal, just to see if the general feeling of that alchemy system is actually fun and enjoyable, or if it's too convoluted, if it's too boring, whatever. Basically like a really mini puzzle game, right? I guess like Cauldron Chronicles. I guess we should start with like just the pitch. I mean, that's pretty crucial, right? First thing you should see when you read a GDD is, hey, pitch me this game real quick. And if you can't get past that, well, maybe it's not the greatest idea. Or it's not the most well-written pitch. Let's see, pitch, then we'll go into... Because it is a narrative-driven game, I will go into story a little bit next, or just like story overview. And that'll be like 1 to 2 paragraphs at most of why you're doing what you're doing, why you're here, where are we. How are you? I'm pretty good. I apologize for like the late start today. I was up a little bit too long reading a fetish manga. We won't go into the details, okay? I shouldn't like it. I don't know why I keep reading it. But I have to see what comes next. I have to. I can't stop. Dude, it's really lewd. It's really lewd. Like it's not hentai, it's not porn, but it is erotica. You know, it teases you. Which I think makes it worse, right? Because I could just... It makes me want to see, like, maybe this time they'll show the butthole or something. Come on. Don't clip that. Or clip that. I really like to be taken out of context with my jokes. I think it makes them so much more funny. I don't like being taken out of context for serious things. But for jokes, 100%. Love it. Actually, I think I can add like a... I can add like a clip button to my stream deck. Should do that sometime. I mean, liking drawing porn isn't a bad thing. No, it's not. I mean, if I had artistic talent, I would absolutely draw naked women. I like naked women. I will draw them if I could, but I can't. So I have to look at other people's drawings of them or real pictures of them. Hey, there's a lot of money in that. Well, so I hear. I don't know, furries gotta have some really good jobs if they're affording all this stuff. These expensive $1,000 fursuits. Itch story overview, let's go. We just do like basic information, basic info about the game. I don't know if that's, I don't know. I haven't written enough GDDs to know the best way to do it. I've written enough GDDs to know what is necessary for a GDD. But I suppose this just comes with experience, right? Hopefully we can make many more games and I'll get better and better at it. That's the hope, at least. I think we should start with like inspiration. The sooner we get into people's minds the games that we're drawing, or not just games, but also other forms of entertainment and media and like books and all this shit that we're drawing inspiration from. I think that's the better. Need 70 attack for the next step in the master clue. Yeah, I saw that. I did see that. Sorry I didn't get back to you. I was trying to rush into work. That's not too bad though. You know, and if you need me to like just give you my whip temporarily, I don't know how much money you have, but I can just like lend you my whip for the step. Just let me know. We can also like find a boss that we could duo and just split the money until we get enough to afford you a whip. That's doable too. The Club Waterfall quest, Tree Gnome Village, and Grand Tree. You did all that? Holy shit. Doesn't Grand Tree take a pretty long time? You mean the quest, right? Good quest to get done though. Oh yeah, for the attack. What's your attack at now? It's gotta be pretty close, right? 70 attack shouldn't be too far in the horizon. Plus it'll get you closer to going to the Warriors Guild, which will be awesome because you can get your Dragon Defender, which, you know, Dragon Defender plus Whip is enough to do pretty much most Slayer tasks, apart from like some bosses, right? Whip is pretty cheap, I think, right now. What's Whip selling for? Okay, 1.3 mil, it's not too bad. Yeah, I remember when it was down here. It is spike up to 2 mil. Weird. Oh, nice. You bought a whip. Okay. Need 2 more level to get into the guild. You're really close. You can get that today. You can absolutely get that today. Do some like Slayer or something. My god, I just got 2 back-to-back clue nests. Inspiration, let's do... Probably do PPU and release schedule later. Platforms. Let's do art style next. We'll need we'll need camera info too. We can do like camera and controls. But just put those 2 in the same thing. Or you know what, I'll separate it. Camera, controls. That's just basically, is it gonna support gamepad shit? And yeah, like, of course we're gonna support gamepad. I have to go 100 more fire giants in the Brimhaven dungeon for Slayer right now. I was hoping to use a dragon halberd for a bunch more agility levels. Oh yeah, I forgot halberds need agility. I always forget that. But you could at least do melee with like a dragon longsword or something. And it's in Brimhaven dungeon. Oh wait, Brimhaven dungeon fire giants might be kind of annoying to melee, right? Aren't they like near one of the sides? They're kind of... If you had to run back there, it wouldn't be the most optimal. You could pay the 5,000 trading stick fee once and do that. Oh, you're right. You could go up here. Run past and then... It's not too bad. Especially if you make... if you move your house to Brimhaven temporarily. It could work. Not bad. So I mean, you could go in like some melee gear. What I would recommend doing though, get the proselyte, or at the very least do, because I think Slight Menace is a little bit long, right? Yeah, it's a little bit long, but it does require recruitment drive, and recruitment drive is okay. Just do whatever. Recruitment drive is pretty quick. That takes like 5 minutes, and you'll at least get the initiate armor, which does add some prayer bonus, right? Like it adds 14 prayer. Pretty good. Persky, why are you doing things? Killed some using the dragon dagger. It's just falling asleep while doing it. I gotta update MooBot auto commands. Kind of annoying. Give me a sec, guys. Oh, I keep forgetting too. I have a I have an email I gotta get back to the guy with. I keep forgetting. Fuck you. Get out of here. Okay, art style. Let's go to. Oh, we had like technical info. View release schedule. Platforms, release schedule, desired PPU. Desired PPU is gonna be, it's gonna be a tough call. I mean, that's a call that really you have to make once you know what the scope of the game is actually gonna be, and probably with the publisher. Excuse me? Hello? Did my computer just crash? Dude, I just love random shit happening in my life. It's so great. I love this shit. This is what I get. Thank God we weren't doing anything important. Okay. You guys can look at me for a while. I don't have chat up. Let me get chat up. I was fucking around earlier. Opera with the jump scare. Holy shit. Wake up! Hold on a sec, guys. Give me a second. Dude, I do some really weird shit to my computer sometimes. This is why I probably shouldn't watch prawn on this computer. I'm just kidding, I don't do that. Oh, it saved my my notepad. Okay, that's a good thing. We good? Are we back? They saw the gains I was making in OSRS. They didn't like it. He's leveling up too fast. Take him out. Thank God we have a different streaming PC. Probably shouldn't have. I was trying to get a plugin for some of my software, and I think the site was less than okay to do it from. All right, lesson learned. Okay, I won't do that again. I'll do things the hard way. There's a guy chopping trees here. Final Hop Worlds. Okay, where are we? Desired PPU. Are we back? Are we good? Did I check? We're back. We're good. We're happy. What does it say? Oh yeah, you also did Family Crest today? GG. I think you can... That one, it's the one that gives you the choice of cooking gloves, chaos gloves, and goldsmithing gloves, right? Or the goldsmithing gauntlets, whatever they are. Is that the one? Or is that something else? Am I thinking the right thing? Desired PPU, release schedule. What did you say anything after Family Crest? After my computer decided to poop itself? It doesn't help that I'm using like 10-year-old hardware in this computer. Well, at least 10-year-old like CPU and motherboard. This stuff is on its last legs. Okay, cool. But it is Family Crest that gives you those the choice of 3 gloves that you can get, right? Or is that... I'm pretty sure there was some like mini quest that did that. Is it Family Pest? Oh, it is that one. I think after that quest then you can get the other gauntlets. The cooking gauntlets, the goldsmithing gauntlets, and the chaos gauntlets, or whatever. You can get all 3. And for sure, like, cooking gauntlets are absolutely necessary, and goldsmithing are amazing for boosting at Blast Furnace. British camera art style. Probably want also like genre tags, basic info about that shit. What else do we want? Info. I think it's pretty good. Game pillars, gameplay loop. I always like to put pillars first. Just like quickly establish the basic info and then just talk about, hey, this is the most important for a game. Yeah, I think that's good to start. Everything else here is pretty much... We'll get it in the GDD and organize it when we're closer to actually knowing what shape it'll take. Because at the very least, we can get all this stuff in here. Okay, let me throw this over on the other screen, and I will set up the document. Okay, heading 1. So it's gonna be like pitch. Story overview. Basic info. Genre and tags. Inspiration. Camera. Controls. Art style. Which we're definitely going to need some, examples of art style put in here. Release, release schedule. Ooh, we should put also monetization. We at least need to state here that how, we're a premium game and you're not going to have microtransactions or anything. That's all pretty important information to have, especially if you go to publishers. And I would say players do, right? That is at least a good start. Stop highlighting, weirdo. Okay, that's pretty good for now. We need to refine I need to refine the pitch a lot. I think the pitch is just... Actually, the pitch that we put to Moobot is pretty decent. Not terrible. Because it really should just be like, if you look on Steam, for instance. Oh, is the autumn sale done? It didn't last that long, did it? Maybe I just kind of... I don't know. Yeah, if you look at like any of these games, this is generally like your pitch, right? Is your... right here. That's it. That's what you get. So many people will just look here. Well, actually, I've been to a kind of flawed talk about what players look at first. And of course, they look at these first, right? Videos and graphics. And it's like, okay, obviously, it's because this is moving and this is pretty. But then it's like they're going to read a little bit about it. They're going to look at reviews, tags, and if you don't snag them here, they're not going to go lower. They're not going to read any of the shit. Usually. And if they get this far, they're usually willing to go down here and look at reviews. The reason I say it was flawed is because... Okay, so they were using eye tracker software, right, to see where individuals were looking on the Steam page when they browsed them. one of the biggest issues I had with it though is that before it began, they only chose 3 games. They pre-chose 3 games to test, and they had a really small sample size of individuals. I think it was like 7 or 8 people, and then they promised the individual that they would buy the game that they chose, which to me is like really fucked up, because now I don't know how important pricing is for the individual, because they are going to get the game. They don't care about the price of the game. And to me, I feel like that is... It's the same problem that I have with gaming journalists, right? Is that they're being given a game for free. They have no stake in the purchase. They have no reason to actually care about whether or not the value and the time that they get from the game is actually going to be worth it. Because if they don't like the game, they can write a shit review and move on. It doesn't hurt their wallet. But I think for the average consumer, the price of a game is incredibly important. And I think that the average player is actually going to see a game for a pretty high price and spend more time looking at it, reading information about it, and even going to reviews to see if it's actually a game worth purchasing. But if you just promise to buy the game, then they're like, oh, well, okay, it looks kind of fun. Yep, I'll choose this one. Thanks for buying it for me. So really, it was an hour-long lecture for me to know that players look at these things first. Great. I needed you to tell me that players look at graphics and videos first. Thank you so much. It doesn't... Maybe it's because it takes up pretty much the entire screen. Maybe that's why they look at it first. Okay. / end rant. I asked the guy too during the question, the Q&A, like 10 minutes at the end of the thing, like, don't you think that this affected it in any way? Like, yeah. Like, so why have a whole lecture about a flawed methodology? What a waste. What a waste. Okay, where is our... Now that the rant is over, let me get the gameplay loop and pillars and throw them in here. Pillars. Ooh. I know a better way to show these. Yeah, I know a better way to show these. I need to export them individually though. Okay. Good to know. Let me do that. Draw.io. Open diagram. These the pillars. Gameplay loop. We want this one. Well, there's one thing I want to react to today as well, and that is the Dragon's Dogma 2 showcase that happened last night. I didn't know that that was going to go on, but I didn't watch it. So if you guys want, I think it's only like 15-20 minutes long. We can watch that today. Pillars. Alchemy. Just renaming them. Open world. NPCs. I gotta sort through shit in there. I don't think it needs to be that big, but I mean, then again, the text is pretty small. And this way I can put the want to wrap square, I believe, right? Holy. Oh, please don't do that. Okay, hold on. It's not that one. There's some other one that we want to do. Tight. I swear you could still put it position on page. Things I want text next to it, and I've done this before. And I always forget how to do it. What if we do 2 columns? I do this. Enter layout. Columns 2. Why did it give everything 2 columns? What's going on? Okay, disappearing up there. Okay. Maybe we just need the text there first. Image next to text. Let me Google it. It's not like I don't think it's I think it is kind of a stereotype at this point, but the random Indian guys teaching you how to do things in Microsoft products is just really great. They're so good at it. Yeah, I guess it is in line with text, but we just don't have any text yet, so. Okay, let me write something about the alchemy pillar then. I kind of don't want to do. I kind of don't want to do GDD stuff today. I ain't feeling the GDD, but we'll do it. Let's 2-page it. Cauldron Chronicles has 3 that define our key focuses for the game. What an excellent sentence. That is so obvious, but I'm not going to get rid of it. These pillars are, maybe you guys can't see well. Let me zoom in a little bit. Makes it a little hard to write, but we can. And fix that up. These pillars are alchemy, NP, open world. Yeah, let's do it that way. Alchemy, open world, and NPCs. Starting first with our alchemy system. You know, the more experience I get with design, the more important it is to, in my opinion, to use clearly defined terminology that is kind of obvious, and just use just that terminology, and no matter what, correct people when using that, because again, if you're talking to like the lead programmer and he calls a system something different, he or she whatever, they're gonna go to their team and use that term as well with them, and now all the programmers are going to be using a term that isn't reflected in the documentation. So now the programmers refer to something to the producer is using either one or both terminology, then the publisher is using a different terminology, probably from the documentation, and players will call it something different inevitably. It gets way too confusing. So it's like, just stick with terminology. You can even have a terminology document, which I do recommend having. Use that terminology and be proactive with correcting people about it. And then use that same terminology with the players too. That's why I say try to keep it relatively obvious. You know, an alchemy system is, I think, pretty obvious. Sorry, quick game design tips. Starting first with our alchemy system. We have 3. Normally when writing, I'll do another game design tip. Normally when writing like a book or something, you don't want to use numbers. You want to use the words for numbers. But when writing game design documents, I would do it the opposite way. I would use numbers rather than rather than the words. Because to me, it's a little bit easier to remember, and design documents aren't meant to be formal. They're not meant to immerse you necessarily. They're meant to be reflective of the game's design, of the game's goals. And if you use the number 3 in a section constantly, people will, okay, 333. They'll see it repeated. It kind of sticks in their mind because it's one number. And maybe that's just me, but I think it's easier for people to remember a simple number like that over a word, or over the word 3. Yeah. We have 3 sections that help define the most important aspects of creating a unique and enjoyable system of concocting potions and mixtures. Should we do subsections for the pillars? You know what? That might be a good idea. If we do... I might do an overview, quick overview section. So we'll do this. We'll do game pillars. Oops. Overview section. Alchemy. We'll call pillar. That because we probably are gonna have other sections called open world, and you know this is okay. So this is the reason why I do numbers. I do numbers because it's really easy for publishers to note down, from my experience anyway, it's really easy for publishers to refer to a specific section number as opposed to trying to remember its name. So often I've had publishers say, yeah, regarding section 6.3 of the document, and especially if you use a lot of similar names, you know, if we have like multiple, we're probably gonna have a lot of things with like alchemy and open world and NPCs here. It's gonna get jumbled up. So having the numbering system is really great, in my opinion. Ugh. It's also just nice for like visual. It's good for visualizing where you are in a document too. If you just see the start of a new number and the indentation, you kind of get like, okay, you're done with this big concept. Now it's time for a new big concept that we need to talk about. So, and if people want this design document template, you know, of course, without the header and footers being about Microraptor games, then I can upload this to our Discord as well. And of course, if you guys have any ways to improve it, that would be awesome too. Let's do a quick overview section to actually talk just about a bit about what these are. And our alchemy system is the core tool set that player has for the entire game. Provides a way for the player to convert their material gains in the open world into... Oh, I duplicated A. That's why it was mad at me. Into the potions they need to resolve commissions by the NPCs. And we don't need to go into too much detail here because we'll actually be covering it kind of again in the gameplay loop. But, and this might be a controversial one for other game designers out there, but I find that repeating certain basic establishing information about the concept and goals of the game is really good, even though it does kind of create that redundancy for the readers. That's how we remember things, right? It takes an average of, I think, 7 repetitions of a word for us to ingrain it in our memory on average. So if we can, you know, reiterate these concepts again, like, hey, alchemy, this is the tool set the player of the, you know, this is how they're converting these potions into stuff for the NPCs. And we'll talk about it too when I actually start making the design documents for some of these features. But these overview sections I find are really important, because rather than just jumping into the details of something, it's great to warm players or warm readers up to what it is they're about to read, and just kind of, it's like when you go to like a presentation or something and they say this presentation is going to cover this thing, and this thing, and talk about how we can take these things and turn it into these things. It's just like, it gives you a bit of an overview of what to expect. I also find that a lot of people have really good intuition, and just by reading that, they can kind of get a sense of, okay, I kind of get it. But I'm going to read deeper into it just so I can see the details of how it works. And then I would say, lastly, an overview is also a really good place in a specific. So when we make our alchemy system design document, right, and we start laying out low-level details, the overview section is also a great way to put in the goals and the reason why we're making it. And that is really important, because as a game designer, you might understand the reasons why you're making a system, but a lot of others on the team may not understand, like, why are we adding this? What does it do for the player? How does it help the game in any way? So that's a great way to just put, we expect that this is going to have this effect on players, and they're going to enjoy this aspect of it. And it augments this system by providing the player with a way to upgrade whatever. Put the reasons in there, put the goals, and you can even put how it satisfies different pillar sections if you want as well. I think that would be a really great move. Okay, rant over. Alchemy system is the core toolset the player has for the entire game. It provides a way for the player to convert their material gains in the open world. Material gains from the open world into the potions they need to resolve commissions by the NPCs. Oh, and please, for the love of God, reread your GDD. Reread all your design documents multiple times. You will, in order, read it in order. You will find something missing every single time. You will find places where it's like, oh, I should probably add a graphic or a flowchart to this. And try to think of different departments every time you read it. Ooh, we have a forestry event. You guys want to do a forestry event real quick? I add that? I really like the forestry events. I think that they were a great addition. They make woodcutting a lot more interesting. They add a lot of necessary variation. And my only hope is that they continue this trend. Especially with things like, you could argue that Hunter does have variation. I just find the training methods really boring. It's too monotonous. GG, 41,000 XP from that. Holy bog. Alright, that's over. Okay. Our open world draws inspiration from the real world. Connecting the game's logic presenting the game's logic in an expected way, but in a fantasy world teeming with I would say like mysterious and enchanting mysteries. Like, we don't want to add too much fluff here, but it is also a bit of a... This is our goal, right? I mean, so we want to put here some of the essence of the feelings we want to create in the player, the emotions we want them to feel, the way that the world is supposed to work. So I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily to put a little bit of fluff here, but it's also not a marketing document. But it will be read by marketing teams. Usually, I think it should be read by marketing teams. I wouldn't trust a marketing team that didn't do that. I met the creator of Just Cause. Or I would say not the creator, but he was the lead, the creative director, I think, of Just Cause. And he said that for his publishing deals, he has one requirement, that any talks that happen with the marketing team, he has to be the one that does the pitch. Like, any time that there's a talk there, he's the one that's giving the pitch for what they want to achieve. Which I like. You know, that way, he said there's less confusion between producers and the marketing team, and I can make sure that the right focuses are being put on the right things. I've met a lot of really random people. There should not be a comma after that. Dumb word. Open world draws inspiration from the real world, presenting the game's logic in an expected way. I would say presenting the open world systems in a logical way. Presenting the open world systems in a logical way. A fantasy world teeming with enchanting mysteries and it's kind of redundant if I say well-hidden secrets. It's not a secret if it's not well hidden. But a fantasy world teeming with enchanted mysteries and I would say like naturally diverse biomes. I think that's a pretty decent way. Many activities wait the player to distract them or provide alternate sources of ingredients. There should not be a comma after this. I know grammar better than you, Microsoft, okay? Lastly but not least, our NPC operate in a system that we call the mission system. And of course, we are absolutely going to either rename that or find different names for this, because this is not a very good name for it. It's not bad for now, but we need to change that. Maybe it's like a commission system and something to define the way that their stories are told. How do we explain that? System and let's not put the system names here. Operate in a manner that allows for considerable freedom in the way players approach and resolve missions. As these are resolved, changes in NPC story. Jesus Christ, I start typing it, like a billion birds' nests just fall. Pretty funny. Ooh, a pineapple seed. It's so good. It's so much XP. Doesn't sound great, but pineapple seed, 4,600 XP times 16. Spicy. As these are all changes in the NPC story, the NPCs is story change. Providing each player with a relatively unique experience and encouraging replayability to discover various NPC story finales. I always forget that is replayability just not considered a word? Isn't that how it is? It really should be added if it isn't. What is considered? It is in the Oxford Dictionary, I think. Or whatever it's worth. Okay, let's read this overview section again. Cauldron Chronicles has 3 pillars that define our key focuses for the game. These pillars are alchemy, open world, and NPCs. Our alchemy system is the core toolset that the player has for the entire game. It provides a way for the player to convert their material gains from the open world into the potions they need to resolve commissions by the NPCs. Our open world draws inspiration from the real world. presenting the open world systems in a logical way, but in a fantasy world teeming with enchanting mysteries and naturally diverse biomes. Many activities await the player to distract them or provide alternate sources of ingredients. Lastly but not least, our NPCs operate in a manner that allows for considerable freedom in the way players approach and resolve their commissions. As these are resolved, changes in the NPC's stories will occur, providing each player with a relatively unique experience and encouraging replayability to discover various NPC story finales. That sounds pretty decent. I think that's pretty decent. Sorry, I read fast. I do read fast. I do apologize for that. Okay, first up is our alchemy pillar. I'm going to put up the other sections too for open world pillar. We do. I haven't mentioned it yet, but my goal is to have a good portion of our GDD done and have something reasonably playable by, I think, March. It's like 3 months from now, which, considering how much progress we've already made on the alchemy system, I think it's possible to have the very bare bones of our gameplay loop up and running by March, and maybe even a bit more. The reason for it is because of the Polish game dev conference, which is called Digital Dragons. Here. And it takes place in like March sometime. It's pretty cool. It's pretty nice, and it's a pretty fair price for what you get. And I live in the city, so it's like I don't need to get I can walk to the conference center, and I can also I don't need a hotel because I can just walk back home. So it's very good price for what I get. And I can have something playable at that point, and bring a cheap laptop or something for showcasing the game. Or at the very least have a video, like reel of me playing it, but ideally it would be great if we could get others to play it, or at least, I don't know, I'll have to figure that out. Figure out the specifics. You can be damn sure that I'll be sharing analytics about our Twitch and Discord with that, and Twitter. Because those are really important for publishers to consider. Okay, do we want to start from the bottom up or from the top down? Probably from top down. I don't know why I have NPCs up when I need... I was like, hold on, this is the alchemy pillar. The first section covers immersion. A vague concept often aimed for by a number of games, but one that isn't seen too well in other alchemy games. want to, you know, as I'm typing, we want to limit the amount of menus the player goes through. Well, you know what? Okay. I might be a little harsh on ourselves here, but there aren't too many menus to go through with our alchemy system, especially comparative to other games. I think it's relatively decent. And we have some menus in place now that are meant to be replaced by something better in the future, but it's not bad. First by Bacon's are often aimed by a number of games, but one that isn't seen too well in other alchemy games. You want to limit the number of menus the player needs to navigate in order to make potions. And we want to move as much HUD clutter as possible. Our goal is to have direct manipulation of the ingredients let's have direct manipulation of the ingredients. Directly on the table. I used directly twice. I want to use directly twice. I also have to recommend ingredients. Table where possible. Give the player the feeling that they're creating things with their own hands. We want to limit the number of menus that the player needs to navigate in order to make potions. We want to remove as much HUD clutter as possible. Yeah, I think that covers it. I was going to write another sentence, but short and sweet. Which it isn't that short, but hopefully sweet. Our second section mentions a freedom to the creation of potions and mixtures. We want to, our goal, we'll put goals, because, you know, I think goal-oriented design, goal-oriented game development is priority. If you don't know what you're trying to achieve, then you're just hammering into the abyss. And usually that doesn't work too well. The goal is to enable the player to experiment and discover different with different ingredients to find the most optimal combinations for the commissions they receive from NPCs. or to help solve and deal with problems in the open world. Oh, I just got a lamp. What do we want a lamp? Hunter. 10,000 XP. Ooh, yummy. I would lamp rune crafting, except we have Guardians of the Rift and the banknote, which means that if I can just get like 50,000 pure essence, I can just go and stand at whatever high level altar I have available to me and just click, 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 click. In like 20 minutes, I can have 50,000 runes crafted or something. I gotta do more Guardians of the Rift though on this, on the League's account. Gotta get a dragon pickaxe first though. So many things to do. Our goal is to enable the player to experiment with different ingredients to find the most optimal combinations for the commissions they receive from NPCs, or to help solve and deal with problems in the open world. Kind of a long sentence, but it does do the trick. Lastly, the third section goes over desire to have everything be useful. What we mean by this is that our goal is to design potions and their effects to have a reasonable amount of relevancy for the players in-game in-game needs of the players and the Cs. Effects shouldn't exist just to exist, but because they can be used to deal with some tangible problem. It can be used as a solution to tangible problems. I think that's relatively decent. I'll read this section again. Starting first with our alchemy system, we have 3 sections that help define the most important aspects of creating a unique and enjoyable system of concocting potions and mixtures. The first section covers immersion, a vague concept often aimed for by a number of games, but one that isn't seen too well in other alchemy games. Our goal is to have direct manipulation of the ingredients on the table where possible, to give the player the feeling that they're creating things with their own hands. We want to limit the number of menus that the player needs to navigate in order to make potions, and we want to remove as much HUD clutter as possible. Our second section mentions a freedom to the creation of potions and mixtures. Our goal is to enable the player to experiment with different ingredients to find the most optimal combinations for the commissions they receive from NPCs, or to help solve and deal with problems in the open world. Lastly, the third section goes over a desire to have everything be useful. What we mean by this is that our goal is to design potions and their effects to have a reasonable amount of relevancy for the in-game needs of the players and the NPCs. Effects shouldn't exist just to exist, but because they can be used as a solution to tangible problems. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. I'm gonna need all this information too up in the Discord later, because we absolutely need to do that. Okay, let's try to put the image in here. I just need the image to work. Oh, I want to put it here, but in line. Need to like go up. Oh, bitch. Let me do this. Alchemy pillar. Can I control enter that into a new? Hold on, let me zoom out. That'll make it easier. Shit. Go on. Get up there. Oh, it is kind of up there. What are we working on at the moment? We are working on the GDD for, also hello. We're working on the GDD for Cauldron Chronicles, and I'm writing the gameplay pillars for our game. So we made the pillars the other day. Yeah. Can I full screen this? Full screen. So we made these the other day. So these are like the game pillar. These are the most important aspects of our game and the qualities of them. I can zoom in a bit. The qualities of them that we need to focus on, pour most of our thought into in order to create the experience that we're trying to create for our game. So now I'm putting these into the GDD where we can expand a bit upon them, and our goals with how they're going to, affect the player in a positive way. And that way we can kind of, we have one document with all of our information for the game. The most important document for any game is the GDD. And I'm struggling right now with text wrapping. I'm also not really happy with the size of the... I'm really not happy with the size of it. I want to make it a bit bigger. I only have 4 days of members left. How much money do you have for the next bond? Can I make these bigger? Normally I'm not a fan of making things bigger, but that was an unnecessary comment. Joseph. 6 mil if I sell that whip back. Yeah, I want these to be a bit bigger because we have to lower the size of them to get them to even fit in here. And by the time we lower it, now the person has to zoom in to like... This would be at 100%. You can't read that shit. $3 to 4 mil for another bond. Yeah, I see this. I'll just try to take up more space. I mean, it's going to be kind of hard on the open world pillar. We also, I think we have more to write for the open world pillar too, so it will be lengthier. Let me do that then. Let's... This is size 12. What size do we think we need? Be like 18 and 16? Definitely helps. Do some more clues for more money. Once you can reliably do like hard clues, you'll make a lot of money from those. Hard clues are good money. Let me try exporting this and see if it looks any better. Let's see, where do we put that? I'd be able to make enough from herbs by then. You might, yeah, you might. Change picture. It does help. It does help significantly. And the thing is, it's not going to hurt people to zoom in a little bit if they want to read it, so. And granted, the things that I'm typing are actually expounding upon the goals, so if we can just update the other two pillars to be in this same kind of nature here, I think we should be fine. I can also just make it a little bit bigger. And then I'll just write like another section. These three pillars section, I'm gonna zoom in for you guys too as well. I just need to be careful because I'm zooming in to help you guys see it, but I don't want to forget that most people are probably going to read this at 100% zoom, not 150 or something. Give the player a choice. Give the players freedom of choice. Give the players, how do we word this? These three pillar sections, these three focuses of our alchemy system provide the player with many choices for how they want to deal with different puzzles and problems, but with a single tool set that boasts significant freedom in the way it boasts. Freedom. Encourages experimentation and requires exploration and discovery to maximize its potential. Seems pretty decent. Seems pretty decent. Okay, let's update the second pillar, export it, and then we'll jump into... Oh, I have two versions of that open. I was like, wait, what? Okay, thank you, Kaspersky. Hope you're all doing well today, by the way. $18. That's, we're gonna need more space for this. Okay. Let's see. Let's just expand each to its necessary size. It's a little squeezed for space here. Sections are looking thick AF. Migraine decided to hit today, which isn't helping anything. Sorry about that. Have any medicine you can take for migraines or anything? I don't mean to be ignorant, but I am not maliciously ignorant. I think that's okay. It's just kind of big, but we'll expand upon it. We'll make it fit. What do we want to do? Export. PNG. Oh, wait. Selection only. Cauldron Chronicle. Pillars. Alchemy. Large. Looks really bad. Cauldron Chronicles. Pillars. Open world. Large. Dude, but it hasn't reached the point I'm comfortable taking it. Oh, is it like... Is it like really strong? So kind of just... You don't want to abuse it, you know, and just use it for every possibility. I can understand that. Our second major system and a large part of our game is, of course, the open world aspect. Just the open world. The aspect of the open world. Just sounds pretentious. I don't want to talk about the open world. I want to talk about the aspect of the open world. We're aiming to have very diverse set of biomes and activities to capture the player and make them feel immersed in this rich and visually appealing fantasy world. Pretty strong, will knock me out pretty hard, but at least I am not stay stuck in bed. Not comparable, but when I got my wisdom teeth removed, I don't know what they gave me. It was so long ago. It wasn't oxy, but it was like something that was kind of in a similar vein of that strength. It was really strong stuff, and it actually made me feel worse taking it than I did with the pain of of my teeth being removed. Take some painkillers to blow out on top of that. Don't like mixing them. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's like I took one. I don't know what it was. Wait. What medication do they give after wisdom teeth removal? Vicodin. I don't think it was that. It was definitely stronger than Tylenol with codeine. No, it was absolutely, I think it was an opioid or something, right? Because like I can just buy, acetaminophen or ibuprofen over the counter, but it was, you know what? I think it was hydrocodone, so it was probably Vicodin. I took one of these, and it was bad. Okay, so it is an opioid. it knocked me out so much that I hated it. I just was like, okay, I'm not taking that again. I'll deal with the pain. Give me some ibuprofen. At least I can be awake and I can like watch movies or something, or play a game. I hate to say it, but maybe as an adult I would have preferred the Vicodin, but as a kid I didn't want to sleep through a day when I could be, when I was home from school, right? I would rather just like watch some movies or play a game. As an adult, I kind of, I guess the priorities change, but being knocked out, not the worst thing in the world. Depends on the day, right? Maybe that's just the addict in me speaking. And the LARP program is, of course, the open world. We're aiming to have a very diverse set of biomes and activities to capture the players' attention and make them feel immersed in this rich and visually appealing fantasy world. Yeah, you want to take advantage of that? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I will say though that there are times that I get a little too drunk as an adult, and like I knock out at like 10 p.m. and it's like shit. I kind of wanted to like stay up and like read something, and I just fall asleep. And I do prefer being sober in that case, because I can take advantage of that late night time to just relax and get through some reading material, like through a manga or through a book or something, whatever I'm reading. But then there are those other days where it's like, Croucher liquor, ooh, smells like Jaeger, yummy yummy. Maybe I'll have a cup or 5 of this. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm saving that. That's for tomorrow. I'm pretty excited. We're gonna drink too much, have our fun. I'll probably say something that'll get me in trouble, and bye-bye Microraptor. Be better. Okay. Yeah, it's like, I don't know what I did. I probably just watched like SpongeBob or Magic School Bus or something. I don't know. Or some movies. I don't remember what I did. I don't think I was feeling up to playing games. And okay, depending on what I was like, when I was sick, my mom didn't want me playing, and I understand this, right? My mom didn't want me playing games when I was sick from school or something, because it's almost like it incentivizes you to be sick or to get sick just so you can come home and play games. I mean, I get that, and I did fake sick quite a few times. You may not have noticed it, but as somebody who didn't graduate high school, I didn't really take high school seriously. I don't really regret that, though. I mean, I kind of regret it, but I don't really regret it. It's like I dropped out my senior year. Who cares? First go-to when I got a migraine is painkillers and an energy drink. That is when it mild. Gets to the point, too much sensitivity and nausea, I take the expensive heavy stuff, but I learned it's not good to mix the energy drink. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe I mean, I can get it like, maybe it's because I'm addicted to caffeine, that when I don't have caffeine, I get headaches. But the caffeine does have some pain removing quantities or qualities. So, yeah. Plus it's like it gets you going, and then you can just do something else and you can not have to focus on the pain. I get it. I was really dumb. I mixed alcohol and my COVID vaccines when I had to get them. I was drunk while getting the first. I say drunk. It's not like I was stumbling around, but I was buzzed when I got the first COVID vaccine. I got wasted after the second COVID vaccine, and then I had to get a third one because I was going to San Fran, and they were like, "Hey, you have to get it because God forbid." And then I was buzzed again for the third one. Caffeine doesn't really work for me. I'm just addicted to sugar. Yeah, it does do something to blood vessels. It's true. So does alcohol actually, and I'm a little scared by that. I sometimes wake up with a really high heartbeat, BPM, after drinking, and it's because it opens your blood vessels, and so it lowers blood pressure, and now your heart has to pump faster to get the blood moving around. And I find that really scary that I'm sleeping with like a BPM of what feels like 120. I think that's not good. It's okay, heart. You'll be okay. Just keep eating McDonald's. Okay. Where was I with this shit? I need my open world. I'm not gonna put it in yet, but let's just do this. Starbucks energy drinks are great for lighter headaches. I don't think I've ever had a Starbucks drink. I'm not a coffee person. And I do drink tea, but I prefer to I buy bulk, or not bulk, but I buy loose tea from a really nice site. I don't know if you guys are like big into tea. Highly recommend Yunnan sourcing for all types of tea. Really great prices. So many different kinds: pearl, black, green, purple, white, some different ones, and you can get some pretty great tea for pretty decent prices. Dude, these bunny samurai art on the puer cakes is great. Love that. Oh no, now I'm gonna buy tea. Shit. I can't look at it. But they have some really good stuff, and they have teaware as well. If you need like some tea sets or whatever. Yeah, I can set it. They've been really nice too. Usually when I order from them, they also send me free samples of other things. I don't know if they're still doing that, but they're usually pretty good about that. And they provide like tracking as well, so I've never been disappointed by them. Another bottle down. I'm thinking tomorrow we are going to. It's going to be a pretty long stream tomorrow. I'll link you in Discord. Okay, no worries. Let me open up Discord first. It's starting up. There we go. Right, there you go. Yeah, no problem. I haven't ordered from there in a while though because I have too much tea. We don't drink it fast enough. Like if I can get a bag of really nice loose leaf oolong tea for, what is it, like 15 bucks? I don't know. There's a couple that I would recommend if you're like new to oolong. Wooyi Rock. Tong Pao is great. That's a classic. King of Duck Shit is pretty good, and that's also just a hilarious name for it. Iron Goddess. It's really tasty. That's a really mild, more lightly oxidized, and 50 grams is crazy. For $6.50, 50 grams will probably make you, well, at least I would say 40 to 50 cups of tea. It's a really great price. It's absurdly good price. Hey, Liren, how you doing? I didn't see the raid. I was looking at tea. Got sidetracked. I drink chai and herbal tea. Hey, chai and herbal tea is good too. How you guys doing? We are working on our GDD for our game, so we're putting the game pillars into the document and writing up some documentation to kind of cover the basics of what Cauldron Chronicles is going to be. Later, some of your recommendations. Don't let me forget to do that. I'll do that. You'll have to tell me what kinds of teas you like, and I can recommend something, you know, like oolong is like this huge section of tea that can go anywhere from like slightly more oxidized than green tea and even more oxidized than what we call black tea. So there's a huge range. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, we're making the GDD. We're getting some documentation of what Cauldron Chronicles is going to be. And then we're going to jump into Unreal Engine later and finish off our alchemy system. I think we can finish that today. And at least the first iteration, right? We're going to make it better over time and improve it. Okay, open world pillar. We have 3 aspects to this, right? Or 4 aspects. Variety of activities and events, mechanically authentic, visually stylized, naturally inspired, and discovery through exploration. And I think these are really important concepts that if anybody wants to know more about some of these design concepts, feel free to ask any questions you have. I will do my best to answer them. Just know I am not a 100% guru, but I do have a bit of experience designing. Our first pillar section refers to our goal of wanting a variety of activities and events for the players to encounter and engage in. Certain oolong team looking for, maybe you can help me find it. Seem to have familiarity. I think like oolong is probably the variety of tea that I've had the most of. I'm not too knowledgeable about others. But I will be happy to help, and hopefully I can, and if not, I apologize in advance. But maybe we can source it to ChatGPT as well if we get lost. Okay, so in our open world, we want to have this variety of different events and activities. So like things like the player, of course, can go out and gather ingredients, but they can also, we want them to be able to engage in things like fishing and hunting to some extent with their potions, of course. Or at least with a fishing minigame, it might not be potion related, but again, we'll see. These are desires to test out. Things we need to create prototypes of and see if they're actually fun. And make them unique. I think fishing with potions would be pretty funny, like fishing with explosives. May not be the most ethical though, so. And same with like hunting with explosive stuff, but maybe we can, they won't be like cute animals that you're hunting, but more like scary monster animals or something that is a little bit more understandable. Or it will just be dealing damage to, monsters and stuff. Drink a chamomile tea blend. My fiance drinks a lot of herbal tea. But yeah, the main focus is we don't want to pigeonhole the player into a specific activity in the open world. If we think that there's, obviously, if we have an open world, it's very easy to just make it bland. And okay, you go out, you collect ingredients, and you come back. Why have the open world at that point? If it isn't serving any other purpose, or it doesn't present some different things to accomplish and do, then there's no point having it. Throw bottles of potions at your target. Yes. Yes, I want there to be combat in this game, but it's more mechanically based. So if I could explain that further, it would be you aren't proficient in any martial weapons, but you do know how to make potions, and these are your weapons. Making potions of like burning or of slowing the enemy down or something, you know, things like this, different mechanical ways to deal with your enemies and foes. I think that would create a rather unique combat experience that fits very in line with what our game is going to be about. And I think it also just makes combat more interesting rather than just hack and slash, which is, it's easy to make, and I think it's a crowd pleaser. But it's also just, there are so many better games I think you could play if you wanted something like that. But if you have to use potions to solve puzzles and to deal with enemies, I think this not only provides more emphasis to the potion making system, that you're not just making potions for the NPCs, but you're also making potions to deal with things in the open world. You're making them for yourself as well. And I think that to me is a way to tie all of this together, is that potions are used for everything in the game. Not just one thing. Yeah, if the open world just existed to collect ingredients, it wouldn't provide much value to the player outside of what ingredient purchasing interface would provide. Giving the player alternate sources of uningredient potions to solve all your problems. That's a good tagline. Giving the player alternate sources of ingredient collection, or putting obstacles in the way of various shortcuts and areas gives the player goals to achieve and challenges to overcome in the open world. We don't want, I'm just going to copy word for word. We don't want to pigeonhole the player into a specific activity in the open world. Pigeonhole the player into a specific activity in the open world. Potions solve all your problems or make them worse. They could definitely make them worse. I mean, to me, I think that would be a pretty fun. Making it more modular, right? More sandbox. Let me back up further. The term emergent gameplay is something that I think every gamer has heard at least once in their life. From some marketing team, from some bozo CEO who doesn't actually play games. They want to create emergent gameplay. Designing emergent gameplay is actually, it's both easy and difficult at the same time, right? You just give the player tools. and you don't tell them what they can do with these tools. A good example is like Gmod, or even Minecraft to some extent. These are games with emergent gameplay because they give you basic functional tools, and they don't really limit the way that you use these tools. The thing that makes it difficult is that people who try to design emergent gameplay often overstep that. They try to over-design the tools that they're making, and they don't just let the player sit back and have fun. So for me, creating these potions and their effects, it's not that the player shouldn't be allowed to put crazy effect combinations on their potions. No, they should. They should be able to use those against enemies. And they should do crazy things, because there may be ways that they can deal with an enemy that I haven't even thought of. That, to me, that creates emergent gameplay. Here are the tools, here's the tool set, go wild. However you solve the problem is up to you. There are multiple ways to do it. There are some ways I might not have even thought of. That's emergent gameplay. It's an easy thing to claim that your game has. It's really hard to actually have it. Things like Dishonored is also a really, I don't know, I recently saw a video about Dishonored. Dishonored is another great explanation. There are just tools to control, to move. It's like you have a basic tool set, and how you solve the problems, how you assassinate or don't assassinate, is really up to you. In any game with that kind of that same mindset, that like Deus Ex sort of design of here's tools, here's a puzzle. Hitman is like that too. These are games with actual emergent gameplay. Okay, the second section mechanically authentic, visually stylized. I type away. Is a term we use to define the logic and artistic direction of the open world. I think you as an artist would certainly provide really good feedback here about this. We want to have this Ghibli-esque, enchanting, whimsical sort of open world stylization, visually, but we still want to keep it mechanically authentic. So we want there to be seasons, and these are the seasons we know, right? Spring, summer, autumn, winter. We have time of day, we have things growing in the places you expect them. So that when you enter this world, you have a sort of internalized understanding of how our world works, and where you might be able to find mushrooms or flowers. And you'll find those in those right places. But the world itself too has this low fantasy but still Ghibli-esque visualization, which I'm a little worried that they're at odds with each other, right? Well, I don't know about that, because I think Ghibli films they're still built on a foundation of kind of our world in a lot of cases. But just with a few concepts that are just veering deep into fantasy. So maybe it would work. It's like Spirited Away is just all the logic in Spirited Away generally functions in the way that we would expect it to, especially the things how like spirits work and the way that we see them culturally or religiously. It's just there are a few fantasy elements that pull you into something else. I don't know if I'm explaining it well. I'm really bad at explaining anything that requires visual explanation. It's like, I'm gonna pass this over to my art director. Okay, so I've written over on the pillar. We allow the player to naturally understand rules of the world by mimicking many of the rules from our own world, seasons, weather, ingredient, locations, but we know when and where to diverge for uniqueness. And I think that's a pretty succinct way of putting it. The rule. I keep getting clues. I love this league. The rules and logic for our weather, biomes, and ingredient locations are based on, and in some cases, mimicking the logic from Earth. However, as a fantasy world, and one that draws so much visual inspiration from Miyazaki, right? Miyazaki? That's his family name though. What's his? Hayao. Miyazaki Hayao. However, as a fantasy world, and one that draws so much visual inspiration from Hayao Miyazaki and the films, we want to ensure that there's always something unexpected and enchanting about the locations and not necessarily like items, but something unexpected and enchanting about locations and elements of this world. You know, like, there's logic, but there's also a little bit of chaos or just unexpected magic. You know, I think it's the same thing, too, that just made, like, the Harry Potter universe so wonderful. I mean, certainly, like, the books are exceptional, right? The movies, to some extent, could recreate this, and they really brought it to life in a lot of those ways of just... especially the early ones with just interesting magical things that occurred that just made the world feel alive. I could go on a rant about the authenticity of the Harry Potter. Hold on, we have an event we gotta do. We can talk about that. Back inside. It's okay, I will do it. I think that the first 3 Harry Potter movies are really great. I'm not necessarily a fan of the movies after that. I don't know what you guys feel. This event is so wild. It's fletching XP though. Be fun. Breezy at the back. Okay. Buddy. Guys, I gotta concentrate. No, don't go. Don't leave. How long does it take for herbs to grow? Depends on the herb, I think. Oh, I didn't finish all the books? That's a shame. Okay, we're back. We're back. Sorry guys, I gotta get that XP, you know? It's like it. Ranar, okay, let's see. OSRS Ranar. Seen the movies, but I never was much of a book reader. That's no problem. Grab me Ranar. I need to look at Ranar C, that's right, okay. It takes 80 minutes. So 4 20-minute growth time cycles. There are my sick reads. So I really like the audiobooks. By Jim Dale. His singing is not great, but oddly enough, his voices for like McGonagall, Dumbledore, Hagrid, they're all on point. So on point. And I will say for the movies, the casting choices for the movies are some of the best casting I've ever seen in film. Holy, some of those casting choices. I mean, Maggie Smith, I mean, what a woman. Holy shit, what a woman. The day Maggie Smith dies is a day I will just take off. Open world pill. Okay. I got really distracted. I get struck by Harry Potter, I get struck by also RuneScape. That's what happens. Okay. Thirdly, our next section of naturally inspired leans into the goal of making our fantasy world still based in in our fantasy world's design leans into the goal of designing our open world based on real world locations and locations of I completely forgot how to spell phenomenon. I was even starting to type it correctly and then it poof, phenomenon. Oh no, I had it correctly. Phenomena and anomalies. And we talked a bit about this last week, I believe, where there's a whole bunch of natural phenomena and anomalies that occur in our own world that I think would make for really interesting events in our world, you know, such as one of the ones I found lately, and if I can snag it again. A profile. No, not that. Yeah, like this, which is actually a restaurant in Thailand. There's this. There's also... Where's that rain occurred? You guys can judge my meme. Oh, here it is. This is peak. This is peak. If we don't have this in our game, I'm going to be very upset. Probably not great for the bitrate of the stream, but hopefully you guys can... It's rain falling on a beach with the bioluminescent plankton or algae or whatever. One of those two. I think that kind of stuff is just... That's what we need. That's what we need. We need that magical touch that still is based in reality. That players can go out and see... Oh, I saw this in the game. I didn't know this was real. You know, I didn't know this was actually occurring. Or the Tiananmen Mountain in China. Like, this is such a cool piece of natural architecture, right? Worldly architecture, I guess you could say. So, you know, just things like this that really are visually distinct, that you see from a distance. You know, when you start up, and I don't think we can make a game as great as Elden Ring. But I know when I go here, this is going to be the first one that I see. Why? Because it is visually distinct. You can see locations that you want to explore, that you want to go to, and they all have something that's necessary for you, or that's interesting, or that, you know, can make or break a build. This is the kind of game where what you see you can go to, and what you can go to you can grow from, right? I guess you could call it like landmark based level design. I have some level designer friends that I can ask kind of what the methodology for creating this is, but this is the way to do it, in my opinion. Drawing inspiration from naturally occurring geographical features grounds the world in a certain amount of realism, but we can also diverge from realism where desired to build something unique and visually distinct. That was one of the reasons I liked Illusion of Gaia. All the places you went existed in the real world. Made me want to learn more about them. Yeah, I really enjoy that too, and I'm not really like a preachy person in my games. It's not like I'm trying to set an agenda or push my views on other people. But if I can just inspire the player to become curious about things, I think that is something positive. Just inspiring people to become curious is never a bad thing. And drawing, that inspiration from natural occurrences or phenomena can make them go out and learn more about the world. And I think that's a fun thing. It's a good thing. I don't really want anything in my games to feel like I'm just pushing my views. Especially, and that's going to be I think that's going to be a thing when we get to the NPCs. I want there to be a very diverse range of viewpoints, right? A diverse range of thought and of morals and ethics, and whichever ones the players choose to get into, that's up to them. Both honey and coconut oil have disinfectant properties. I knew about honey, I did not know about coconut oil, which I guess why it's used for massaging purposes. Then it smells good, which is also a benefit for massaging purposes. Okay, lastly, our fourth section covers an element of game design philosophy, coined discovery through exploration. We just talked about Elden Ring, but Elden Ring is actually a fantastic example of discovery through exploration. So, in my opinion, if any marketing team tells you there's a big open world to explore, that's a red flag. That doesn't mean shit. Exploring doesn't mean anything, especially if the game is filled with points of interest that have absolutely... that they just feel like they were placed. Nobody wants to play an open world and see, point of interest. Okay, so the developers put this thing there, so I know what to expect. That's not discovery. That is not... You aren't discovering anything. You aren't getting a feeling like you have stumbled upon something that you didn't know existed. The moment the POI is there, the moment the question mark is there, it's ruined the discovery. You now don't feel like you're actually uncovering secrets in the world or stumbling upon things that were left to ruin or left to history, right? Discovery through exploration is the idea that the players should be able to stumble upon things based on their intuition of, hey, there might be something there, or they see those landmarks and they think, what's there? It looks, something was obviously placed there by the designer, but you don't know what to expect. Maybe it's a dungeon, maybe it's a puzzle, maybe it's enemies, maybe there aren't any enemies, maybe there's just loot, maybe there's an NPC, right? You don't know what to expect, but you follow your intuition of where things might be, or you just randomly stumble upon something that you didn't know existed. That is discovery. That is creating a very positive, lasting impression on the players as if they are finding something for the first time. Finished a scroll, then got a gourmet ampli and got another. Nice. Very nice. I love when implants give you scrolls. Okay, I just ranted about discovery, so let me actually write the this section here. Okay, Oh, I really like what I wrote. Can I simp for my own... Wait, does Twitch get mad at me if I use simp on myself? I don't know. Who cares? Exploration is an open world activity that leads to discovery. Encourage player curiosity by placing interesting and useful things where they explore. and telling a good story that fits the game's world. That's our goal. You see ruined castle, you didn't know it was there, you stumbled upon it, nothing told you it was there, or maybe there was like a book that like hinted, hey, there's some old ruins in the forest, and you find it, and there's something interesting and unique there, something that builds up the world's lore, or maybe even something that you can utilize to further the world's lore, right? So like a unique ingredient, a puzzle, a dungeon, you know, some enemy there, whatever. That's our goal. Our goal is to take advantage of landmark driven level design and a lack of it just made me think too that when Elden Ring came out, you had all those people from bigger AAA companies shitting on From Software for making a map that didn't have any of these points of interest. And then it turned out players actually preferred that. God, I love Elden Ring. I cannot wait to play the DLC. Goals to take advantage of landmark-driven level design and a lack of like, I would say explicit waypoints / POIs to promote the feeling of stumbling upon something interesting and or discovering something lost to time. Utilizing subtle storytelling methods where possible we can stimulate I like stimulating and stimulate sense of wonder and curiosity in the player. Remember, if you know, curiosity is born from a lack of understanding. But the moment that you place like a POI of like a monster nest on your game world, the player doesn't have any curiosity anymore. It's all gone. They know what's there. And sometimes it's okay to forewarn the player that they're going to be stumbling into something specific. Like, okay, here's a quest, go to this dungeon, it has some undead enemies. But that's just one element of it. You can then put something unexpected in there. You can put something that maybe they're not just undead enemies, they're being controlled by a necromancer. So maybe you need to kill the necromancer, otherwise the undead enemies just keep coming back. You know, something to make it fresh, to throw the player a bit of a curveball. Although I think doing that too much can also be a bad thing. There's a good feeling that the player gets when they take subtle references, subtle storytelling, or subtle hints, and they discover the correct thing from that. Like, oh, okay, so it looks like there's kind of a off-beaten path over here. Maybe if I follow it, it's going to lead to a dungeon. And then there is a dungeon. I think that's a good thing. You know, you followed your curiosity, you used visual cues and hints, you followed your intuition, and you were rewarded by the thing you expected. Some of this is good. Okay, all of these pillar sections help build us a unique world full of mystery and discovery, but one rooted in enough real world logic to not be too foreign for the player. And it's not that too foreign is bad, but I think that there's a good middle line, right? Where if a game world just has too many random, unexpected things, the player doesn't know how to formulate an understanding of how the world works. And we start to build understanding based on, connections and patterns that we find in the world. And if it's too random, the player doesn't really know what to do, right? Like if we just have a good example, if we have just ingredients spawning randomly out in the world at all parts, any part of the day, any part of season, the player doesn't know how to even look for the things that they need. It's just frustrating. But if we have plants growing in the right location, in the right seasons, where the player expects it, like, I need some wildflowers, and I bet those are going to grow out probably where the sun is the most, like out in the plains, out, in the grassy areas. And they're there. It's like the player is building connections. Like, okay, I need to make this potion for this client. I know that this plant has really good healing properties, and I can find that in the plains because it's a wildflower. Boom. Connection made. They feel like they're actually gaining knowledge as an alchemist, becoming better at this digital job, essentially. That's the goal. Mystery and discovery combined with a choice of activities and progression each adventure out into the world provides a slightly different experience. Than the previous excursions. I don't use that word enough, excursions. Okay, we're gonna control enter this section 2 and then throw in our pillar graphic. Need it here. Not there, dummy. Here. No, not there. Stop it. Why do you do this to me? Right click. Insert. Pictures. I'll do it this way. Okay. And change wrapping. Okay. Means I put down. Oh, probably because it's too big. Yeah, okay, that fixes it. No. I don't like that. Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty. That's decent. I can accept that. Okay, we're making pretty good time. Good time. What do you guys think of how this open world sounds? I want to reiterate, just I haven't said it in a while. We are, trying to be transparent and collaborative with the community. So any criticism you have of the game or how it sounds or of these aspects, these are important to. If you have criticism, go ahead and voice it. Like, there's no attacks, no ego here. We just want early feedback, and we want to build this game with you guys in a way that, if you are part of that target market, hopefully it sounds enjoyable to you. If you're lurking, though, that's no problem either. Lurk away. All of this will be put on our Discord later anyway, so if you are lurking or doing something in the background, totally cool. You can check it out on our Discord in the Cauldron Chronicles forum. I'm trying to put all the information here, and they're open discussions, so feel free to chat away. I hope they're open. Nobody's typed anything yet, so I hope people are allowed. Yeah, they should be. You can also make new posts here too. So if you have like a longer feedback post or an idea for the game, you can put it in here. This is an open forum channel. It's focused on Cauldron Chronicles. If you have stuff that's like more focused on game dev, or you can put it in the dev forums here. And if you'd rather just talk about other interesting games, you can also put it in our interesting games forum. So feel free. And if you need a link to the Discord, you can type !Discord in chat here, or go to below the stream and there's a link through one of the section headers. Okay, next one is the NPCs pillar. I need to make this a big boy as well. I think we did 18, 16. 18. And if you're lurking, I can also say tomorrow we have a pretty big stream happening. We're going to be celebrating our affiliate title and going on Kickstarter and looking at all of the currently active video game projects and reviewing them. And I'm sorry, but I will be pretty harsh. Because you have to be. You're putting your game in the public eye. You're asking for financial investment. It's... I will look at it in the sense that I am a investor or publisher. That looks pretty good. Okay, pillars, NPCs, large. I don't know. Maybe I can get some things to give away too. I'll have to see. I need to keep track to people. My idea, and I don't know what you guys feel about this, and I don't know if this is financially viable, but I don't really care. I'd like to keep a track of people who sub, and if over the course of, it'll be the stream time will be the same. I'll start, and we probably will be longer than usual, I imagine, we're gonna try to get it. It's either gonna stop when I get through all the games, my voice is depleted, or I'm too drunk to continue. This is for tomorrow. This is that will knock me out. I'm not gonna drink all of it, but we're gonna be drinking. I was saying I want to keep track of people who subscribe or donate, and if over the lifetime of Cauldron Chronicles development, from now until release, you donate a total, I don't know, whatever our price of the game will be, I will just send you a code for the game. Because all this money is going towards development that we make on this channel, and so if you donate, I don't know, if our price per unit is $30 and you donate a total of $30, I'll just give you a copy. That way it's kind of like Kickstarter, but not really, and that way you can subscribe and you get access to our emotes, but you're also not going to be, I'm not going to double dip into you later and ask you to buy a full copy of the game, unless you want to, and you could always give your key to someone else or give it away. We'll see. That's my plan. That is my plan. Okay, NPCs. Where's Big Boy NPC? Okay, there. I hope he'll be awake. I hope we get some people to watch it. It should be pretty fun. Okay, NPCs. Now, I'm hoping that I'll be able to get back to emotes soon. Whenever you feel ready. I think there was one other emote I wanted to add to the commission as well. Oh god, I can't remember what it was for. The thing is, I have some personal emotes of my face that I made, and people seem to really like them. And I think there's some that I would want to mimic, so these are some of my personal emotes. And there are some pretty good ones here. I think, we'll have to see. We'll start with these ones, because I don't have any slots open anyway, but we'll see what we can do. Itch to draw, we still want to be alone. No worries. Maybe you can draw while we're doing the Kickstarter stream tomorrow. I don't know. I'm not forcing you. NPCs pillar. Okay, so there are 3 aspects of the NPCs pillar. Again, this is a big aspect of our game. The NPCs. This is where the meat of the game are in these stories, how your potions affect them. There are branching endings to these NPC storylines, right? Very similar to like a side quest in an RPG game where you can, you can't fail the quest necessarily, but you can. It either ends up with one thing or another thing, right? So we kind of saw it. I think I made a paint version of it, but I'll do it again. You have like your main storyline, right? Here. Start of the game and end of the game. We can add that, like main game start. You then have, at periods of this, you have NPCs showing up with multiple requests that can be fulfilled. But at most of these, at any point during this, you could just decline the commission You could fail a commission, you could do a really good job at it and give more than they expected. And it could lead to different kind of pathways for it. So maybe this one you have, if it goes one way, it goes there. If not, it kind of ends or it just goes here. And, the main game kind of goes. I don't really expect there to be a big change in how the main game ends, or if we do have endings, it won't be like a million. It's just going to be focused on the NPCs primarily. These are the people you talk to on a daily basis. These are the people that bring you news and updates about the realms and how they're faring. These are the ones who ask things of you and share things with you, and how you react to them and the potions you give them. This is where the meat of the game is, in my opinion. And this graphic doesn't do the greatest job of showing it, right? We almost need like we need to explain the NPC system further, I think. And we're absolutely going to do that soon. Probably before the year is up, I'm going to really dive deeper into what that means. Yeah, because it's like, it could go this way and continue, or it just, it stops here. No more. Because maybe you didn't provide a potion to a knight who needed it, and he went out and got himself killed. It's like, you should have done your job. Or maybe you didn't provide a poison to an assassin because you thought it was morally incorrect, and now he doesn't kill some high-ranking noble. Maybe something occurs because of that. Maybe that high-ranking noble will end up visiting your shop or something, and you never know. You never know. There's so many ways we can develop these stories based on your choices. But for the most part, they're not interconnected, I should say. They're little like vignettes of stories, little short stories that occur, and sometimes there are sequels to the short story of the NPC. Sometimes there aren't. Sometimes there's a different ending. It's very much like a choose your own adventure book, right? I don't know if you guys read these as kids. They were like these, right? Did you guys read these as kids? Joey, that's my name. So like, you would read a bit, you would make a choice, and you'd flip to a different page. I love those as a kid too. Those were so good. And in fact, I even made a prototype of a choose your own adventure game like this that was built on this aspect. So I love these. I love this idea. Collected as many as I could. I don't even remember how many I had. I think there were so many more than, I don't know. I remember some of these though. They were so cool. There was a really good site. I remember it. There was some like site that I have, and I can't remember what it was, but it really delved deep into this. Into the design of how these books worked. I don't know if I could ever find it again. It was so... It was a really great deep dive into how they were structured. Here it was. This this site did a really great job of visualizing the endings, the pages, how which ones had a choice, and how it kind of flowed. It was really interesting. A really awesome breakdown of how this works. I really like it. I gotta save that. I gotta bookmark it. The Goosebumps collection of books in that style. That's awesome. You know what? I think I remember some of those too. I remember reading Goosebumps. It was good stuff. Alright guys, give me 2 minutes to hit the bathroom, and then I'll be back. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. BRB, it's change scene. BRB. Okay, and then I mute the mic. BRB. Hey. That was good. Got the blood flowing. And something else flowing, but we don't talk about that. Dirty. That's for my OnlyFans. My Chatterbait stream later. I don't know why I say the things I do. Okay, NPC's pillar. Unique personalities, human stories. I think this is like this absolutely requires to be at the top. I should write like a quick overview. Our last pillar focuses on what I generally determine what we consider the main focus of the game. And the goal that the goals that the player will work towards on a consistent basis. What I consider the main focus of the game and the goals. NPCs the player encounters. NPCs that visit the player's house, player's hut, provide the player with opportunities for socialization, understanding and deepening their knowledge of the game or of the world and deepen their knowledge of the world. Also, NPCs that visit the player's hut provide the player with opportunities for socialization, understanding and deepening their knowledge of the world. Also, commissions and rewards from missions that act as breadcrumbs for new adventures and stories. The first section of this pillar, and arguably one of the most important for the game, is the idea of having unique personalities for our NPCs, but keeping their stories grounded and human in nature. So, you know, one of the reasons why we word it like this is that I think there's nothing wrong with creating archetypes. There's nothing wrong with having personalities that seem one note on the surface, because a lot of our favorite characters, you know, you get that first impression of them. And I think having just something unique and memorable about them, either through their visual style, their way of speaking, their voice, you know, dialogue, whatever, can make them just seem fresh and unique and fun. But really, when it comes down to it, we want to tell stories with these people that are relatable. And let me specify what we mean by relatable. It doesn't mean that we want to give them like Zoomer humor. TikTok brains, right? It means that we want the struggles, the goals, the challenges, the worries, the things that make them happy, the things that make them sad, angry, they are all rooted in something that is understandable to us in our mortal realm, right? That isn't, because we're creating a fantasy world, right? We're going to have fantastical things in nature, but we still want to root the stories in an element of humanity in ways that we can empathize with and understand. I think that explains it pretty well. Should do. Distinct personalities and designs are great, but at the end of the day, the stories being told need to be rooted in an element of humanity to enable players to empathize and draw connections between the NPCs, struggles, goals, etc., with their own. Yeah. The second aspect of this pillar is another one where we're telling the story in that the player is an influential member of this world, an influential being, but they are not the focus of the main story, which might sound a bit weird at first, right? Like, oh, okay, I'm playing a game and I'm not the main character. Kind of. You have a role to play in this society. You have a job to fulfill. But the NPCs are kind of the main characters. They're the ones who you influence with your potions or with the things that you say to them. It won't just be the quality or the number or whatever potions you give to them. You can also say things to them that they might keep in mind for a later time. Something that, ironically, I think Starfield this year did better than Baldur's Gate 3. I was surprised at the number of little things that I said to my companions in Starfield, which they then later reiterated or said, or showed that it affected them in some way. I don't know how much of that was the illusion of it, but I was still pleasantly surprised. I can't rant about Baldur's Gate 3 again. I create too many enemies when I do that. Why is there a... I don't know why. Second section. Player spectates and influences stories. Discusses the narrative goal of putting the player in the shoes of a it really is the shoes of a spectator. to the world. They aren't. They might be the main character of their own story, but they're not necessarily the main character of this world. Instead, they influence and have an effect on the NPCs that inhabit the world, who then go on to do actions of note. Well, let's read it, because to do notable actions. Perform. Okay. The last section of this pillar covers the way we want to convey and we want to convey the player's goals document their communications and relationships with NPCs. Yeah, the last section is non-explicit commissions that require clarification. This is where the game kind of deviates from the typical shopkeeper type of game. You don't make potions and place them on pedestals, which then NPCs come in and, grab, go up to the counter, drop money, and then leave. That's better for like a tycoon management type of game, which I enjoy. I'm not saying these games are bad. Our game is more focused around the actual communications and relationships that the player makes with the NPCs. When when an NPC comes in, they need to introduce themselves for the first time. They need to talk to you about what they need, and you need to ask them questions to clarify exactly what kind of potion that they're looking for, or if you can provide other services and other potions that may be beneficial to their journey. This is not explicit. This is contextual. At the end of the conversation, when you're ready to give them potions, you can choose any potions that you have. And that's more of like bartering at that point, right? Where you are, okay, I can give you this potion and this potion for this much. They're like, okay, well, I only have this much, or I only want to spend this much. You can kind of talk them up. They can talk you down. It's very, I want it to be free form. I want it to be very immersive, and I want you to actually notice that if you skimp out, if you do the bare minimum, that it might have a negative effect. But if you go above and beyond, it might have a positive effect. And you don't know what those effects will be. You don't know if those effects exist. It may not be in every case of the NPC that if you give them an extra potion for a fair price, that they'll come back and give you some of the loot that they got from a dungeon. Some of the ingredients that they found or something, or some of the gold. It's not going to be obvious. I want it to feel natural. Somebody who seems nice might do that. Somebody who just kind of doesn't seem very nice probably isn't going to do that based on their personality, right? The player relies on communication for learning, context, and understanding of the world and NPC goals. NPCs may not explicitly tell the player what they need, and the HUD won't spoil it. Talk, learn, and create. That's the general goal. And I can kind of reiterate it here in a bit lengthier words. We won't ever explicitly state the needs of an NPC to the player. But we will keep a track of conversation that was held. You know, for me, that's more important, is that if we aren't going to provide this explicit information about what you need to do, we at least need to, you know, in a give and take kind of thing, keep a record of the conversation that you held. That's easy to do. I think that's important. You might take a break between playing. You're not going to remember it. I'm not going to expect players in a casual game to remember every conversation that you've had and what an NPC needed. There's going to be like a encyclopedia of the NPCs you meet. There's going to be a collection of the conversations you've had, and you can review them at any time, in my opinion. That would be satisfactory. The player will be required, in most cases, maybe not all, to ask for context and clarification from the NPCs, or ask for context and clarification to create potions for the NPC. Create the right potions. What else did I want to put here? Consequences and rewards. Commission success and failure states are not given to the player in a gamified way, but will be noticeable we just say commission success and failure states are not given to the player in a gamified way. That's really what it comes down to. We don't need to gamify everything. Some things are better left not gamified. All of these pillar sections come together with the intention of creating believable NPCs whose want to have sleep. Have a good rest of the stream. Good luck on sleeping, sleep well, and thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Hope to see you again soon. All these pillar sections come together with the intention of creating believable NPCs whose I don't actually know what I was going to say. Whose interactions with the player are controlled by natural dialogue and personalities. Because I think that's the good role of somebody who's taking on these kinds of requests. You are going to find many types of personalities, some which are easier to talk to than others, and if you act the same with every NPC, you're probably going to find some aren't receptive to your way of speaking. And hopefully we can display this well in our prototype of the NPC system. We're going to take a lot of time to make sure that the dialogue sounds good, that the choices seem correct and natural. It's going to be a very challenging system to make, but one that, if we take the time to do it correctly, the effect is going to be extraordinary. And that's what I love doing. I think I just closed my... Oh no, we haven't. All these pillar sections come together with the intention of creating believable NPCs whose interactions with the player are controlled by natural dialogue and personalities. Let's see. Players are meant to utilize NPCs not only for monetary or material gain, but also for knowledge about the world and its inhabitants and events. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay, let's put this in. Yeah. Let me change this to Mya. I'm gonna Control Enter. I kind of want this to be one page. Oh, we might not be able to if I keep doing it this way. Let's do it that way. Or this way. It's pretty big. Yeah, that looks better. Looks better. Okay. Wow, that was a lot of work, but it's also one of the most important things to convey. Our game pillars. You know, these are the things that every single decision of system we make and idea that we want to test, it needs to stand up to the scrutiny of these pillars. Are we pushing things in a positive path for these pillars, or are we removing some of the uniqueness from these? And obviously we want to do things that strengthen the pillars, that make them become true, or, you know, because right now they're goals, right? It looks good. It looks good. We got a lot more to write, but it looks good. A lot of organizing to do as well. You know, I could put that 3-pillar picture here. It does fit. It does fit. At least it kind of it warms you up for the next section, right? Yeah, that looks better. Okay, last for now, but not least, is the gameplay loop. Not shift or control enter. Excuse me. Ah, damn it. Okay, how do we... We don't need to do too much explanation. This is a fairly straightforward gameplay loop. Gameplay loops aren't usually complex. Like, the bare bones of it is that the players interact with NPCs, they get commissions, they explore the open world, they collect ingredients in the open world, they make potions, they complete commissions, they obtain reward. This is the gameplay loop. Obviously, there are tons of elements to a gameplay loop once you get deeper, like, okay, what do you do in the open world? What does collecting ingredients look like? What does making potions look like? These are all very low-level questions. These go into the deeper aspects of each loop point, but the gameplay loop itself just provides a way for people to look at and see, okay, where do I start? What do I do? And how do I get back to that place? Obviously, the rest of the design document then goes deeper into these different parts of it and explain more. But you don't want a complex gameplay loop. Think of, like, I don't know, Vampire Survivors, right? The gameplay loop is kill enemies, level up, get better items, and kill enemies until you die or you kill a boss, right? Those are the two ways to exit the loop. And then the loop inside the levels begins anew. The gameplay loop for Skyrim or something is... I wonder how they do it, but I bet they do... Player sets goal. Actually, I'm really curious because a really good exercise as a game designer is to extrapolate loops from games. Extrapolate what the loop is, and you can either just write it down, draw it on a piece of paper, or just think of it in your mind, and to see how simple some of these complex games are in terms of actual loop. So for Skyrim's loop, and I bet Bethesda's general loop is maybe something to do with player determined goals, which are either quest or exploration, leading to a dungeon or event which then has reward, or maybe then is just a conditional completion of that finishing goal, getting reward, or getting reward and then finishing goal. It's possible that their gameplay loop is goal driven rather than, get quest, do quest, things like that. I'd be very curious to see what their loop is and learn from that. it's much easier for like arcade games, right? Because arcade games or level-based game loops are simpler. Like Doom, for instance, right? Doom gameplay loop is explore level, find enemies, kill enemies, discover secret, finish level, fight boss, finish level. Okay. Cauldron Chronicles is gameplay loop. Generally starts with goals given by NPCs, which we call commissions. NPCs come into your hut, need some sort of potion or mixture, and you then need to create it. In order to create these potions, however, you need to explore the open world and collect the ingredients necessary to make them. You can then partake in, and then utilize the freeform alchemy system to create the potions you think the NPCs need. Finish the commission and obtain a reward. The loop from here starts anew. Really, the more simply you can define the loop, and if it makes sense, the better. You know, kill enemies, level up, get stronger, kill more enemies, level up more, get stronger. Like, what are the player's goals in a session-to-session basis? And the goals here are NPC commissions. These are your goals. These are the things that keep you moving forward, require you to explore a bit more, to discover a bit more. There are open world goals, of course. You know, there are sub loops, as I like to coin them. So there you have the main gameplay loop, but then there are also there's a sub loop that you could use to describe the open world. You know, where do you start? Where do you end? How does it repeat? There's a sub loop to making potions, because the potion making is kind of a mini game. So you could describe that as a sort of sub loop. Same with like the NPC system, you know, chatting with them. You establish needs, you ask for context, you reconfigure needs, you know, learn more about the world and lore from this, and then you know, you go back into this loop. So that's just a basic understanding of how you can kind of break apart a game into loops and sub loops. It's theory, right? It's game theory. Or I think game theory is actually technically a different thing, but it's a theory for game design. But if you get too stuck in the theory, you you can get lost in it. A lot of juniors do that, from what I've seen. And it's because theory is the only thing that they understand so far, so they don't really have the greatest understanding of how to turn theory into practical not knowledge, but practical examples. Okay, this is a good start. We can actually fill out some of this later, but I wanted to get our pillars and gameplay loop put in here to explain a bit about them. So now we're going to be jumping into Unreal, and we will actually be working on finishing up our processing station. Yes, please save that. I also have a one-sheet template that I have here. And, you know, this is kind of a work in progress one sheet that I have made. So this is what you can just kind of hand out. Actually, I have some examples utilizing this template. Yeah, God damn, I just smacked my face. Christ. Yeah, actually, we talked about this game yesterday, the Nightmare Lake. I have a... I printed this on pretty thick paper. I thought it was 2 pieces of paper put together, but it was a little bit thicker. I have the Nightmare Lake printed out one sheet here. So it's kind of hard to see. Actually, let me switch it. Scenes, just cam, okay. So I actually have like a full sheet here of the design, you know, where I lay out like genre, RTS, city builder, camera, isometric perspective, player, single player, multiplayer to be determined, rating, M for mature, ESRB or PEGI 16. The target was like 18 to 54-year-olds. You know, and we put the selling points, products of inspiration, the estimated team size, development months needed, price per unit. So these are really easy to hand out. These are great to hand out. One sheets. Make one sheets. You can also email them, of course, right? So they're good. They're digestible. You know, nobody wants to open up a GDD that's 1 million pages long and like, hey, read this to understand my game. Give them a one sheet. So much better. Okay. Unreal. Let's open it. Let's finish this system. I want to get a video of it functional here. Oh, we need plastics. Did it say okay to starting? Well, it's starting up. If you're here and you're interested in the content that we're making, or want to see more of Cauldron Chronicles, please consider giving us a follow. We stream pretty much every weekday at the same time. And we also have a YouTube up where you can watch all of the previous streams of Cauldron Chronicles. We're documenting the entirety of the game's development from start to finish and putting it up on YouTube, so you can kind of see what every phase of the game's development is going to look like. And thank you for being here. Thank you for lurking or chatting. Okay, let me get back into the swing of things and remember what we were doing. Where's my to-do list? Here it is. What did we have? We have a good portion of this working. We need a way to actually turn the item into so like we can add lavender to the processing table, unprocessed lavender. working? I can't switch to the camera anymore. Why is that? What bug? What? Okay, we have a bug. We need to fix bug. Bug fixing time. What the fuck did I do? I don't even know if I can recreate that. Because it was working just fine yesterday. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's... Okay. There's an issue with switching the station cameras. And... Yeah, okay. Alright. I love it. I love it. Okay. When switching out of... We do tell it to handle exit, but... We might not. Oh, we can't do it, we can't do it like that. We need to... Is switching station, what does reset HUD do? Collapse info panel. I think we need to set... Might work. I still don't know how we broke it, or if we get it to happen again, we can debug it. Yeah. Oh, also that. And that's because it thinks we are... zoomed into a processing box. We just need to reset that. Yeah, that looks better. Okay, just a small bug. We need a way to actually process this ingredient into the thing that you want. How do we want to do this? Do we want to do it like a widget button or something? Because we can just throw a button onto this that says process. And, you know, easy. We could put a button on the table. We could... It needs to be easily clickable from this, is, I think, the main requirement for me. It's really fun to play with. Yeah, it needs to be easily clickable from this. Maybe some physical button then or something. And then I'm thinking like once you process it, it will just spit it back out onto the table processed. And we need to make sure to update its visuals too. Sorry, it's really fun to play with this. Okay, yeah. So let's put a button that's a part of the processing box child. Wherever I put it, processing box. It depends on what our click trace does, our left click. We trace by channel alchemy. Well, that's a question, because if we add more functionality to this, it's gonna make dragging a whole thing. I mean, we could just do another interface check. Which interface does this? Ingredients. Okay. We could do a separate interface check here and check if we're hitting some button. The button our best way of doing it then. We could put a separate widget too and just make that aspect a bit easier. I also don't want that widget casting a shadow. Can I get rid of that? Shadow. No. Set cast shadow. Let's stop it from casting a shadow. It looks like it still is casting. Oh, no, maybe it isn't. You just don't want it to do that. That out. Let's make a blueprint, a widget blueprint. Processing button. And this will be simple, button with text. Be process. We want a darker color or a lighter color on hovered? We a lighter color, right? Add widget. Process button. Certainly big. Here's why it looks like that. I'm gonna wrap it with a canvas panel. Yeah, that looks better. I thought that might fix it. I want it to be a bit bigger. Well, it's certainly bigger. That's better. We'll drag this. Let me drag this first to where this is. Yeah, it's so weird. There must be some issue with the current version of Unreal that just doesn't update that. The button should show up right. It's not not hiding this. This doesn't show up. It's so weird. Oops, not that. Why doesn't that show up? I'm really curious why this button doesn't show up. Child actors are fucking broken right now or something. Or I have some like intermediary saved shit that's broken. I can try doing that. I can try deleting saved, right? Intermediary. It's possible there's just some like weird shit going on with that. Oh. It is just very weird. You could... Huh? Well, let me get some, Hey, Cuthbert, are you there? I'm peeking on you in chat. I don't know if you're busy or not. Yeah, it's so weird. It's not like recognizing the... Make a new map. New level. Unlit. Yeah, look, it shows up there. There's something weird with the level. The button is not showing up here. Do we have anything in the level blueprint? I think we do. I think we just have the aliasing. We just make a new map. Oh god, look at the... We clearly have issues with some things, but we're gonna have to fix that. Yeah, there's no buttons on these. Isn't that weird? One of these assets here, one of them just has some super fucked up metadata. I'm not sure how to fix that. Yeah, see, it's got the... Is it just too low? Oh, you know what? They're there. They're just on the plane below. Jesus Christ. Thinking something's bugged and it's just my stupidity. Of course it is. Okay, processing boxes, if we just move this up a little bit. That's too much. Oh, we're snapping. There we go. Okay, I'm dumb. We fixed it. That's too far up now. What? Huh? Why is it so far up? Why does it do that? Is that weird? Yeah, that looks better. All right, let's put a little bit of padding on this button so it actually appears like it's being pressed. It doesn't really do it. Yeah, that's better. Now we only want the process button to appear if it can be processed. the action that we need to do then is pretty simple. But let's make sure that we get the processing button showing when we want it to show. Default, it needs to be invis. Taco info widget. Yeah, so yesterday we have this wonderful comment on this set of blueprints. Fuck this shit, fuck you, I hate you, you suck ass, you dumb, stupid blueprint piece of shit. I do not remember having a very good time with this, to be honest. Check if ingredient can be processed. I'd like to do a return node on this, or a boolean on return. B can be processed. And the only time it can be is here if processed is false. Hey, Casper. Now, if that works, we should be able to set the small break at work. Lucky you, Mr. Brakeman. Getting all the breaks. Today, Casper, is a pretty exciting day. Because at the end of the day, we will have the ability to take ingredients from the shelf, process them in the ways that are allowed by data, and you can then combine them in the cauldron. And then we'll probably just have like a small little brew button that will, for now, just empty the cauldron and, reset it, so. But for all intents and purposes, all three parts of that brewing, the alchemy process will be completable. Bare bones, but still, that's a pretty big accomplishment. Okay, can be processed. Can I just set a process button, set visibility? Essentially just that. I'm pretty excited for that. Whatever. Okay. Okay, let's see. Right click, send to processing. Hey, we got our process button. Awesome. It is working. Except it's not. Is it still there? Yummy. Just try the first one. Let's see. Is this the one? No, is this the one? No. Is this the one? No. How about this one? No. That's not the one either. That flashing out here. Yeah, but it shouldn't be processable. Oh, it's because it's the... For some reason, it's just at the normal. Not like... Well, let me fix that. I don't know why I didn't notice that sooner. Also, I just closed it. Alright, we're doing fine. We're doing fine. We just need to fix this to be... Right. Now I can see if that bug still exists. Still isn't hiding that. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, which one actually is this? Why do you do that? I mean, that's okay. It's just when I take it out. Oh, I know. I know why. Yeah, that was better. Yeah, okay. It's workable. Prototype, right? Prototype. All right, so the process button is pretty simple. We'll need to send something, a trigger back to the processing box to if that button is visible. Obviously we can press it, we can process the ingredient. So we need two things. We need a processing box reference on here. Just to know its owner. Why are there two object types for it? Huh? Not two of them. Fix up that redirector. Build a save. Huh? Why? This version of Unreal seems to have quite a few problems. Or there's just something fucked up in this project file. I don't fucking... What do I know? Okay, on event begin play, hit the process button, hit widget, do a cast, it's loaded anyway. Self. Now we can send some info back. We do a custom event. Process ingredient. We essentially take the ingredient in box, we get ingredient ID. It's change ingredient ID. State to process to. We need to get actor of class. alchemy table. Spawn ingredient on table. Current station. New ID. Ingredient in box. We need to destroy actor. And then I think we just actually hook it up to... You know, the destroy might trigger the end overlap. Let's test it, because I think... Well, hold on. We need to hook up the button. Get this on released. Let's test if it does. Process ingredient. Pretty much be as simple as that. And if this works, which it does. It does. Okay, I need to test one other thing. Looking exciting though. We'll put regular lavender in there, put the shiitake in there. Yes, it does trigger the end overlap on kill. However, I would like to see if... I want to test it with 2 ingredients that can be processed. Let me add one more lavender to the player inventory, one more regular one. Add a few. Yeah, that functions. Send to shelf. We can send these all. Process all your lavender into dried lavender. That, my friends, is functional. Shit, I don't know what to do now. We got it working. Fuck, that's exciting. We have a lot of organization to do. A lot of comments to put on things. Oh, that feels good though. Just being able to actually do that. Yeah, that's nice. That feels pretty good. I feel like if we actually just had a lot of ingredients to utilize at this point, we could make some pretty cool potions, but we need to actually just put in some data, some placeholder data for testing out, for demonstration purposes, you know? But that is exciting. Oh, yeah, because we don't have like any of these even. We only have a few things in data right now. We have 5 ingredients, and only one of them is a different state, so. Yeah, pretty good. Well, not much of a huge change set, but we can push these. Deleted ingredient shelf. Huh? We didn't delete ingredient shelf. We got rid of a redirector. I think it sometimes classifies that though as the same type of asset, right? Like our ingredient shelf is right there. Doing just fine. Yeah, weird. Okay, we added full functionality of processing ingredients, and I believe it should be flexible with whatever we add in data. It just double checks data, so if it exists in the data table, then we're okay. And we fixed a bug too. Fixed a camera bug. What was it with? It was with. Fixed a camera bug when switching station from being zoomed in. All right, let's fix up our to-do. We have quite a lot. BDD, pillars, gameplay loop. We actually put those in. Organization outline we're still working on. Could be an extended task. What a terrible way to organize these tasks. Ingredient cabinet functionality, browse all of our ingredients. We still kind of need better functionality for that. Because I think right now if we add over, it's not 36. If we had 36 base ingredient types, or if we're over 36 base ingredient types, we're screwed. Under 36 for right now, we are okay. Processing station functionality, yes, yes. Yes. That is done. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I don't know if we want to get into anything else today. BDD. I'll organize content browser off stream. I don't think that's really. It's not like we're doing any work, and it's not really that interesting, so I can just kind of do that in my free time. It's just time consuming. do that off stream. Ingredient cabinet functionality. I need to think a bit more about how we want to portray the ingredient cabinet. Right now it's just really messy, and for at least for the demo we just won't surpass 36 base types, right? We could plan out the demo a little bit. Make a new text document and just plan out the demo. Let me do that, and in the background we can cut some logs for some visual stimulus. I'm totally using you guys as an excuse, by the way, just to get some gains. So, as long as you have no objections with it, I'm cool. And I'm happy. My voice is already getting shot, though, right now. So we're gonna take it easy. We're gonna chop some shit. I have to go shopping today anyway, so, you know, like, we'll get this figured out. Okay, so for our demo, I'm just gonna put high-level notes for now. Alchemy system demo. We want it to randomly choose 3 out of X potions that you need to make. And I'm gonna like pre-design these in a way, so repeated attempts you may see the same potion being requested. The reason I'm doing it this way is so that I can carefully choose potions and effect combinations that require some thinking and some processing, right? That's my initial thought, at least. Hope I don't miss bird's nest that fall. Potions will be designer made. That's just how I refer to it, and may have multiple effect requirements. And brew potion at click of a button will instantly reset Cauldron and check if potion meets requirement. Probably need a. Ooh, I have roots. Hold on. We have roots event. This is big XP. It's big pog XP. Look at this. 1,725 XP. Let's go. Oh, use the special attack of a dragon axe as 80 points. Okay, well, easy game. What was I thinking of? We'll need I think just a simple UI that shows the potions you need to make. Just some easy way to quickly open that up. I also think we'll need basic menu functionality, just like an escape menu, so you can quit without having to Alt F4. That's super easy. We can get a lot of bark from this too. Yeah, we do. Okay, cool. Need basic UI to show potions you need to make. Need basic escape menu. Need fully stocked ingredient shelf with 99 of everything. Should be fine. Should be enough. Like, if you want to break it and just throw everything, I don't know. It doesn't matter. You chose to process everything. You can't use it again. Just restart the game. It's just a demo. Just a demo to showcase the system. What else do we want? We can stick with the cubes for now. Maybe a startup widget that talks about goals of the... It just like it sets expectations for the demo. And shows controls. And we'll make this widget can be brought back up at any time with button press. Like press H or something for help. Instead of 3 random potions, we could just make it keep generating a new potion for you to make. Making sure to... We can actually make it too so that it will exhaust a list first before picking one that you've already done. So if we set like 20 of them, you will get them in random order, but you will only get one one task for each of those 20 elements before it recycles them and gives you the new. Randomly choose one out of X potions, no repeats until array exhausted. And the thing is, we can kind of, I think we can develop on top of this, so. Let me think, because I'd like to reuse this demo format, right? Maybe we'll have like a demo mode that I can enable when I make a build, and that way it can enable this or just have it on at all times. It doesn't really matter. Because then when I add functionality for you to be able to go out and grab ingredients, when we actually put the table in the open world, or we make an open world around the table, we can just have the same demo, but now instead of just having infinite numbers of ingredients, you have to go out and find the ingredients and bring them back. So we can kind of keep using the same demo format, but expanding the systems that are available. And I think it should work. I don't think anything here would break that concept. Rather enable it from starter, add some menu check. Well, I could just make a simple start menu. You know, black screen level, just start demo or, you know, whatever. What do you mean then? Could put it in like escape menu. Yeah, escape menu could work. Because I don't want there to be too many barriers for starting the game. Because then every time I go to test the game, I have to, okay, enable demo mode. But yeah, it's like, I just want to be able to, you know, test play in editor without any barriers, right? The start menu works if you don't need to start your game from the start menu. If I can load into the main level and press start and it works the same as if I started from the start menu, that's wonderful. Unfortunately, I have made games before where you have to start from the start menu level in order to play the game. Because I didn't know how to move data between levels very, very easily or at all. So yeah. And we don't need to start menu for a demo. I would still like to have that pop-up screen that just, here are the controls and, you know, press this button if you want to see this again. Here are the expectations. This is just to test alchemy system, bare bones, whatever. But that can be easily just enabled before a build or something. It's not too difficult. Yes, exactly like that, yeah. I don't think it's necessary to do it, but I still like to do it. Just because I may give it to people who don't know that. They'll be like, well, all the ingredients were cubes. Like, yeah, of course they were, because that's the easiest thing to make them. The focus of this isn't to criticize my usage of colored cubes for ingredients. It's to see if the general idea of mixing and matching ingredients is enjoyable. Okay, but yeah, I think this is pretty good demo goal. This sidetrack? Yeah, go for it. Alchemy system demo. Fine. And we'll work on this. We'll start Friday. We'll start Friday if we're here Friday. We'll see how much of this goes tomorrow, and depending on that, we'll see. Otherwise, next week we can just focus on this entirely. And yeah, we shouldn't have any problem getting this done next week. Think about something like this: make level and add AI for horror project I'm working on, and just put all settings for AI in escape menu. If as a demo build, player can play with AI and check what you like. Yeah, you could even have a quick like drop down widget with like presets, that's pretty easy too. So if the player doesn't know what they're doing, they can just choose like default or, you know, runs fast or something. And yeah, just like the same thing we did with Train Life, right? Where we had presets for difficulty if you didn't know what you were doing or wanted to quickly change things. Okay, I think I'm actually done. I'm just gonna finish up with this inventory of wood. I'm gonna get going early. I actually have to do some shopping, and it's better to hit it sooner rather than later. So, because we can't really jump into anything with the time that we have left today. But it's fine. Sometimes the streams are longer, sometimes shorter. We did a really long one yesterday anyway, so this evens them out. Tomorrow is going to be a long day, especially for my voice. It's going to be a lot of talking. I should just shut up now. Tomorrow is going to be so much. It's going to be a lot of work. It's going to be super fun though. Right. Got some good XP. We did some good work today. I'm very proud. Oh, you know, before I go though, we're gonna make a video of the of what we've done so far. I need OBS open. I can't forget to do. New plugins are it. What? No, there aren't. Get out of here. Okay, how do we want to present this? I'm gonna make another variant of the... I want to show the shiitake and the lavender. What I'm gonna do is make another variant of the shiitake, but cooked. CO cooked. We need strings too. Where are strings? There we go. And we'll make this like a bit darker brown. Poop colored brown to show it's cooked. Mushroom cooked. This makes it less sour, less bitter. I mean, it kind of has like an earth. Like I said, we're still working out the flavor system. This is just the first iteration. Actually be closer to... Yeah, that's fine. Fortify, conjuration, let's... Is there any effect that we don't really have much of that we can just kind of make this interesting for? What if it gets rid of the Fortify Conjuration? Makes the Ravage mana a bit weaker, but increases Fortify stamina. And then adds... adds in a little bit of slow. That'll work. I'm curious too if that just works now. Take cooked process. No, we don't have any strings for it yet. Hold on. Like, did I break it? No. I should have a fallback for that, and I don't. That's my fault. Actually, I think it's the same, isn't it? It's gonna be Take. Sentinula. Notice. Cooked shiitake description. I wonder why that doesn't show up. It is the correct what I do incorrectly here. Oh, that's why. Oh yeah, because we didn't actually have any of these set up before, but really it's just problem solved. We added those new enums, so we just have to hook those up. There we go. I can add some cooked. Oh, we'll do that. We'll do it like that. Okay, let me see here. Let me record a video. I'm using a separate OBS, so you guys can like type and shit. You're not gonna hurt the recording. I'm just recording on my local PC. What are my goals? I'm gonna wait. Does dried lavender and shiitake cooked? Does that mix into anything? Ravage mana 2. Does anything provide Ravage mana 1? Yeah, regular lavender. Okay, so here's what I'll do. Regular shiitake is for... What does cooked shiitake do? Let me send to a shelf so I can see it all in one. Ironically, I'm actually playing this. I'm actually trying to. I'm subtly playing this legitimately while trying to strategize a potion to make for a recording. Oddly enough. Add slow Ravage Mana 1. So if I take we make like a hold on, I'm gonna add it like all this to the table. Let me experiment here. Can I make essentially a potion that is bad? We'd use as a negative kind of thing. Ravage Mana 3, slow 1. Ravage Mana 2. We don't want to add any healing properties, so this makes it Ravage Mana and slow. This would boost the Ravage Mana and slow qualities. We don't need to fly Agaric. I don't think there's any way to get slow to what we have. Ravage Mana. The dry lavender doesn't really give us anything extra, so what we'll do is we'll start with nothing on the tables. We'll add a shiitake and regular mint to the main table. We'll make the potion. I'll take the shiitake out. I'll go over to processing station. I'll process it into cooked. Send it back to the table, throw it in, and we can see how it adds the slow but lowers the Ravage Mana. Oh no, it's got the Ravage Mana. So yeah, actually this is even better. It adds the slow to it. Yeah, it's perfect. All right. All right, I know what I want to do. I know what I want to do. Delete these. I think we have shiitake up there. Okay. I thought I made this face right. Okay, start recording. Beautiful. That perfect. All right, I was trying to focus. That's why I didn't talk. No, that's pretty good. That shows taking ingredients from shelf, experimenting with them, seeing that we can bring out more of the effects potentially by cooking the dake, putting it back in there and getting a better result for a, you know, like a debuffing potion, right? Because it ravages mana and it slows. So, beautiful. Perfect. Okay, I will get going. I'm gonna add that to, I'm just gonna edit it out and throw it up on Twitter, on LinkedIn, on everywhere, write some pretentious message about how great things are going and how much you should believe in Microraptor. I mean, I joke, but no, things are going great. Hopefully you believe in Microraptor. I do. The power of the raptor. And I will see you guys tomorrow then. So thank you so much, everybody, for showing up. Thank you for the raid that occurred earlier, and I will see you guys tomorrow for Kickstarter reviews, drinking, affiliate celebration, and I'll probably order some pizza, because fuck it. Same time, it'll start at the same time. I don't know how long it will be, but we're gonna have fun. Just gonna be a fun stream. Alright guys, thank you so much, and have a nice rest of your day, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye.